Morning. Just getting some stuff set up. Because I always forget something. Well, I didn't even turn on emotes only chat yesterday, so that's not good. Sen went live at the same time. Good morning, Renbo. Alright, Shagger. That's it's definitely the correct use of that word. That's okay. What I need to do is figure out this follow account scenario. Because I set that up yesterday. So it's... yeah, cool. I thought it didn't change to my live scene, but it did. Alright, so this follower goal here doesn't seem to be picking up. The current... hold on, I'm going to do a test here. So that picked it up. Wonder how I can reset that. I think what I need to do... of course, Streamlabs wants it in American date. Let's go 50. If I put my starting amount as my current... let's see what that does. There we go. Now I'm just going to fix up the CSS a little bit. Should probably put that left there. Almost. That'll be good. Done. Updates live on stream. How are you doing this morning, Rainbow? Because I figured out a few things yesterday to do with animations and to do with player, like enemy hit detection. Nice. Nice. That is very helpful on a rainy day. I do use it from time to time. That function there can be called. I'll need to set up a similar function for player so that when a bot interacts, oh, hiccups now, great. When a bot interacts, I'll just call that function. I don't need the enemy or the player to detect the collision at all. I'll let the projectile detect the collision and then just call the apply damage if it exists. if it's an enemy or player, apply damage. Otherwise, just free. So... I woke up about an hour ago. So... Woke up an hour ago. I'll be doing this until 5 p.m. It's 5 a.m. at the moment. And then I'll be having dinner, relaxing, watching some other streamers and whatnot. And at about 8 o'clock, I'll go to bed. So, yeah. That is my general day. Tuesdays, I actually leave the house. I walk to the grocery store because that's the one day a week that I'm actually going to exercise. If it's raining, that's going to be terrible because it means I won't be able to walk to the grocery store. That's what the days off are for. If you're working 7 days a week, you need to readjust that. What functions does this have in general? That's the wrong window. Alright, let's see here. I want to know what methods the rigid body has. So obviously it's got mass and whatnot. Get colliding bodies. Turns a list of bodies colliding with this one. Requires contact monitor to be set to true, and max contacts to be reported to be set high enough to detect all the collisions. I use VS Code for web dev, so like React and that kind of stuff. If I do any .NET code, it'll be in VS Code. So I think that's going to be the thing that I want to use there. Is it like the dev tools or something like that? Because there's a couple that I've used in the past, but I find I still have some problems with it. What's that? Max contacts reported to be set to true. Okay, no. Contact monitor to be set to true. There it is. And then max contacts reported. Do that one. Actually, you know what? I can't imagine it ever needing to be that high. I'll just go 5 for now, because if it's only going to be colliding with world, enemy, and player. So whichever one gets reported first, that's the one I want to apply damage to, basically. I'll bring up VS Code here. I think Godot Tools was one of the ones I was using. I know MonoDebug was one that was helpful. There was C# Tools for Godot was another one. And I think Godot Tools was another that I've used previously. find a lot of stuff to do with like a lot of extensions to do with C# are not that great. Yeah. Yeah, it talks to the GD script language server on this port. So I think, which one is it? I think this one does the same. But yeah, this is the default one that I use. Only if I'm doing .NET in Godot though. I don't use it for general GD script because I figure they're like, all right, enjoy. I've got contact monitor and colliding bodies set up. So let's have a handle collision. Make sure this is set up correctly on the collision layer. Mask. Yep, so the first thing it contacts is the thing that should make it disappear. So do a Q3. Oh, actually, I'm going to put a export on here of, what would it be? Destructible. Probably destroyable would be better. So the reason it's destroyable is because if it's a projectile, like a bullet or a rocket or something like that, when that collides with something, I want a Q3, and then what we'll have a func after collision. So what this will do is play any effects, explosions, etc. after collision. So that way, go what would it be? I'd have something set up for putting an explosion or something against the projectile. Then down here we can set up a ready and go, what was it? I need a signal now to hook into. Body entered. Connecting that to handle collision. Collisions will be the colliding bodies, but what does that return again? An array of node 3D. Does it want to set up that way? Yep, no. How does Godot let you set up arrays? So that's how you set the array. But I just want to type something as an array. Typed array, there we go. Oh, is it just that? No, array, no, that's what it was. Array. There we go. That's the type definition of it. Cool. So you return an array. I have it set to max collisions 1, so there'll only be one body in here, which that makes things a lot easier. So I can go what's the they don't have a find or a first. Oh, damn hiccups. Okay, so there's no first. I'll just do that. We can go if collisions is enemy or collisions is player. Collisions apply damage, but that's going to error saying, oh no, it's not going to error. Cool. Probably just pass damage into here. It's going to be very simple to start with. So that's the general collisions of things. Alright, so when I walk into this rock, it'll start triggering it. I can't walk into it though. Oh, of course. It's going to accept like a node 3D or something like that. Because it's inheriting. Actually, no, it was on there. It's under signals. Body entered node. So I don't even need to do that. I can just do this. Ah, it's not body. Always copy when you can. Okay, body is done. Applying the damage. We should be set now. Let's just F6. On the correct scene, of course. Alright, so I didn't output anything there. Because I don't think I want the player to be colliding with it. Let's turn off that. There it is. Cool. Oh. I sent it flying over here. Whoops. I mean, that'd be a very easy soccer game to make. Alright, yeah, it's printing out. So that's that done. I'll just have it print out for now. I need to be able to detect it so that I can pick it up though. I could always start it frozen. Start it frozen, then when I pick it up, it's unfrozen. So let's just call it toggle freeze. When I pick it up, it's set to false. When I put it down, it's set to true. That'll do. Now the other question is, if gravity's being applied to it, why isn't it falling? Gravity should be getting applied to you. You You strange floating rock. Hmm. Do I need to manually apply it? So it was odd that it didn't auto-complete that function. Anyway, let's go linear velocity. How do we work with this one? Set an axis velocity. The velocity is given the vector axis and will be set as the given vector length. This is useful for jumping behavior. Okay. So it should already have the... Like from what I can tell, it should already have a gravity effect applied to it. Like obviously, we do that. I wonder what freeze mode kinematic is. It just went right through that. Why isn't it hitting those? Okay, so it is hitting him. Now. Gravity scale is 1. I want it to be off the ground though, so that I can see it drop. Rigid body 3D not dropping. I've got to be missing something. Rigid body is child of the mesh 3D instance. If you did, then the rigid body is in fact falling, but the visual instance is not. Oh no, the rigid body is the parent. I think that's, yeah. I'm missing something. Are your meshes centered in the collision box? Yep. Oh! Once again, Pebcac. Oh, would you look at that? Look at that, it's now following. I didn't have the collision shape matching the mesh. That explains it. Okay. So that's that done. I wonder if I should prevent rocks from moving until they're picked up, or allow the player to kick them around, making them more difficult to pick up. I will need another layer though, because I don't want them to be set on player projectile or anything like that until they're actually thrown. When they're thrown, then I'm fine for them to be set as a set on the projectile layer. Because then that wouldn't make sense for ammunition. Because you could pick up a clip. I think what I need is... Why do you have... Oh, right. Saying it's open in editor, right. or to open it up in the editor. So let's get rid of that. Now what we want is to create a item, basically, which billboards the image. Or not even billboards, it's just an item variant of the object. Which can be picked up. If freeze, return. I'll probably just do that actually. So we shouldn't have any problem now with the with it. Oh, actually, yeah, because it's frozen now. Right, let's get rid of that stuff. What we're going to do, because I'll need to have like an object you can pick up, like a sack of rocks, or yeah, ammunition, like a box of ammo, stuff like that. I'm not a. I will refer to them as clips and mags, just because as an Australian, I don't know the difference. And I know that if I just call everything clips, there's going to be people out there that freak out. They're like, no, those are mags. So what I could do, I'd probably want to go into Blender and kind of create that, like a bag of rocks or something, to be picked up. So what I'll do for now, I'll leave that there for now. I'm going to go back to this animation stuff. It's animation tree. Because if I change this here to my player, then here should be able to remove that, put it in there. Let's see if that does anything. Okay, so that still works. I understand advanced expressions now. You're still freaking out. The function in this node, VBox split animation tree editor, can only be accessed from either the main thread or thread group. Use call deferred instead. Is it that? Like, do I need to do something like animation tree, call deferred, set, and then assume I can just pass in all the values like that. And that'll be the same thing down here. It will be standing. And the same thing up here, but is running and conditions. Actually, no, I don't even need to worry about an is running condition anymore. Animation tree. Call deferred set, and I want to set you to that. I'm assuming that's what it wants. Let's change axis, that's what I want to do. Okay, so that's still working. Seems to always have the speed multiplier set. Alright, all those errors are gone now. Cool. Toggle run is false, so oh. Speed equals that. If not is running, else it's speed by run multiplier. Awesome. So I'm also going to create another variable, which will be the animation vector. So it'll just be blend position, basically. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to change this around to be more like the enemies, where I pass in the velocity. Do it that way, because that makes it a lot simpler. No rotations being taken into account or anything like that. So safe velocity is a vector 3. Down here we can pass in, actually, I'm just not going to pass in anything, I'm just going to access velocity. I don't know why I keep doing that. Let's take those two. Let's go velocity. Yeah. Excellent. That is much cleaner. I think what I want to do in here as well is set these to that. That way I'm just zeroing out the other ones' positions. So there's no issue with weird animation issues that may potentially come up. I don't know if they could come up, but they may come up. Beautiful. Now I've got his jumping done. So if I go to the animation tree, if I go not is running, that can come back. So this can be is jumping. And I want to also have animation velocity as a vector 2. That needs to be animation velocity so that I know it's a global. So I know it's a class based, not a localized function variable. Okay, switch cameras, that's a signal, so I can leave that as it is. I set animation velocity there. There's going to be that, and animation velocity does not equal vector 2, like that. And then this standing jump, I can do the same thing, but it does equal that. It's down here, that would work out to 0, 0. Then you would be not is jumping, and you would be not is jumping. Hey. That was odd. Now I can set up the same things here. This is where stuff gets to cross over now. God, this is going to get real ugly. So you go there, you come back to there. So that's a not is jumping. You would be is jumping and animation velocity. That gives me so much more power over these things now. It's so nice. So, I'm wondering. I probably don't need to apply an upward velocity if I'm going to have colliders. Like if I attach the colliders, like the collider to a bone. So I'm going to test this out. Got bone attachment, which will be hip bone. You need to be a child of the player though, because otherwise it has a hissy fit. So this could... No. I want you to be world. Because if the animation itself is moving up, then I wouldn't necessarily want it to... Is there a way to do it without altering the animation? Because that would be a lot easier to just do it in here. Adding... So I have that colliding with world objects, so the floor and the barriers. Also colliding with the world, which is the floor and the barriers. Stop the player from walking outside the... Stop the player walking outside the perimeter of the game area. And then under here, Would add another. I'll just make it a static. No, we'll go a rigid body 3D actually. I think that would be right because it's just going to exist under that. So if I got a collision shape there, got a capsule 1.8, 0.2. Because your scale's all messed up, isn't it? Well, I mean the hip bone scale. This needs to be like 180. It needs to be 20. This is just to see if this idea works too. So I've got this collision, which will stop the player from walking outside the bounds of the world. This collision, so that when an animation to jump plays, I need to set up the layers first. Player, world objects. So let's see. Yep, so I can't walk through there still. But I can jump over it because the collision that's stopping it is moving with the animation. So I don't have to... I shouldn't need to apply a jump velocity. Let's test that out. Well, actually I should probably... Because he is still on floor, that's why. His jumping is just used for the purpose of the animations. So if I can hook into the animation that plays for jump, and go once it's finished playing, set this back to false. Now I'm just going to comment all of this out for now. Because it's still on the animation. Because it never gets set to false. So it never resets. Maybe it is going to be easier to just adjust the animation rather than reworking this entire thing. Let's see. Animation player. Animation finished. It wants to be run jump. Actually, animation finished. Alright, fine. Animation player. I want the actual docs. I don't want someone else's interpretation of what's happening. I want to read the actual docs. So, signals, animation changed, animation, current animation changed. Animation mixer. Animation finished, string name. Signal is not admitted if an animation is looping, that's fine. So if I take that and go connect to reset jump, as well as, what was it, stand jump? Yep. Stand jump. Back to the way I did have it set up. Let's see if that works. No? Okay, well that documentation doesn't really help there. GD script, animation player, animation finished. Because I know I have to tell it which animation to listen to. Provided callable is null. That's interesting. Because I've used this function, this signal before. Is the animation finished? That doesn't help. I had it call function midway through the animation, not at the end. Ready for a good description of how to do something similar. Nope, not going back to 3.1. To connect the signal with AP being sent. Oh, hang on. Do they just want it to be like that and we go... If anim name is run jump or anim name is stand jump, string doesn't exist, gotta be a capital S. That's how they want it, probably. No? Surely that should have worked, right? Well, it doesn't print anything. Go back to the animation mixer. Let's see if that's what the problem was. Oh. Okay, I think I might know what's happening. No, run jump's not set to loop. Stand jump's not set to loop. Does it need to be part of animation tree? No. Animation tree. Animation finished. Now, why is this not working? your main problem? Is your issue that the method never gets called? If so, you should check the animation is set to loop. The animation finish signal. I've already checked that. It does get called as stated in error above, but for some reason it states that it expects 0 arguments. That looks like it's just set up badly. I didn't like how the code was on that one. It was confusing. When connecting a signal, select the object you want to emit the signal. Go to the note on the right side of the screen. Double click the signal you want. Dialog box. I might try that. I might see if it gives me something. Let's just go with that. That didn't print anything either. Alright, so it's not anything to do with my signal setup. It's to do with something else. So if it's not looping, this connects up the animation finish signal to this, but it's not triggering it when the animation finishes. It's animation tree. Is that my problem? Does it need to be animation tree? Needed to be animation tree, not animation player. That's weird. I think I need to find a walking jump. Spectre, not node. Not is jumping. And is running. Actually. Have a look at you. Yeah, so you've got that one. And is is running and not is running. That was my problem there. That one kind of lines up. I'm not going to be too worried about that because this isn't a AAA title or anything. Yeah, cool. Cool, that's all done. I might change this though to be animation, or actually finished animation. Shall do on animation finish. We'll do that. Excellent. That's a lot of the stuff that I had planned on today. Alright. We've got that set up with the run jump. I'm going to see if I can find a better, like find a walking animation. Like a walking jump animation from Mixamo. Because that's not as pretty as I'd like, with the run jump being used for both. Let's have a look at this one. So that one's being played backwards. Like if we play it this way, that's kind of what I want. Let's see if there's one of it moving forward though. Because that's the run jump. But I think we grabbed that one. But now that I've got more control over the animation tree and such, it'll be a lot easier to have these multiple functions, like multiple animations. It's none of them. Come on, all the way down. Where are we? It does look like it's going to have to be that one that's backwards. This one. If I mirror it. No, that's just changing the arms around. See, it's strange. They have all these walking animations, but then they don't have... Like, they have all these walking and running animations. And they have jump animations for standing still and running and jumping backwards. But they don't have a jump forward. And that's really odd because I would think this is supposed to be for people that aren't good at animating themselves, so they have something to use. I don't think I would expect people in that position to know how to reverse an animation in Blender. I mean, it's simple, but it's still an assumption that I don't think should be made. And it wouldn't take a long time for the people adding this stuff to do it. Obviously it's free, so can't complain about something being free. I'm just saying, yeah, it's an interesting decision. Go stand, walk, jump. Go stand, idle, jump. Gonna get rid of stand, hanging, and carrying. Models, here we are. Now let's get back into here, have it re-import that stuff. You can go away. So these ones I can disconnect. And these ones I can disconnect. Actually, no, I want that to stay connected just in case they're holding down shift when they press it. Actually, it's jumping and animation velocity is vector to 0. And then coming back this way will be is jumping and is running. Because if it's coming in, obviously it's already is running. Of course, that's going to crash. It seems to always crash after I update my model. Alright, so I'm going to move you up there. Delete those ones because I don't want run jump to be there. Down here, go animation, walk jump, but we're going to go is jumping and animation velocity is vector to 0, 0. Then this one not is jumping. Play it backwards. Cool. I think that's gonna work. No. Did I have the velocity set up wrong? Yes, I did. You're the one where it should be 0. Yep. And you should not be 0. Anim name contains jump. Or is there an ends with? Yes, there is. So all of those will end with the underscore jump. Huh? All deferred. Let's see what it was complaining about. So I was not complaining about anything there. So that's fine. It's when I do the standing jump that it freaks out and doesn't do anything. Alright, standing jump. Yep. Animation velocity is vector 200 and does not equal vector 200. Not is running. Is running. I'm missing something here, Chad. I don't know what, but something is missing. Space doesn't do anything. No errors are being printed out. It's only when I do this jump that it freaks out. Oh, because I changed the name of the animation. Yep. That just makes sense. When you change the name of something, you should probably change the things that reference that name. Beautiful. I'm fine with that little bit of jolt for now, because I figure cleaning that up will just be polish, like when I get to the point of releasing something. That's the other thing I'll need to do is create, like, get a jump backwards animation or something like that. I actually wonder if there's a good, like, if I can, no, not a new action, go away. So this run jump, if I play that backwards, I mean, it kind of works for backwards too. That's just... So I could like have this go into another blend shape so that if you're going forward, it plays the jump forward. If you're going backwards, it plays the jump backwards. I wonder if there's a jump left. I don't think there is. There's not, I might have to make one that does it. I mean, it should be easy enough if I go into pose and I correctly update the animation rather than just trying to update things randomly and hoping that it works. Actually figure out how to update it properly. Yeah, so there's no sideways jump or anything, so I'll probably have to create a run sideways jump, a custom. Okay. I think for now that might be okay. Alright, I'm going to get myself another coffee while I think about what I'm going to do next. It'll probably be like items on the ground and picking them up and putting them in the hand and stuff like that. So, I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. Pick stuff up off the floor as well. Okay. Hello, Alchemy. Welcome back. We've made some progress this morning. I finally figured out these advanced expressions, which were causing me hell yesterday. So what we've got is the player is used. Yeah, I was grabbing another jump animation for walking because the run jump animation didn't quite work with the walking animation. So there is a bit of a jitter though. So yeah, we got some nice stuff there. That's the menu. I need to correct up these buttons a little bit, but I can exit to desktop, and if I go into here, I can't move or anything like that. I don't know why the enemy's not pausing, because if we go into, well, I've only just noticed that the enemy's not pausing. Let's go into menu. So I'm going to press escape. That gets set to false. That's closing the menu. And world. If the menu's not opened, it's cancelled. Open the menu. Ah, of course. Yep. There you go. Get tree paused. That'll take care of that pesky little problem. Yeah. So everything pauses, which is perfect. It's exactly what you want. Exit to desktop works. I've stubbed out these functions here. That's actually probably what I'll work on now, is clicking settings and statistics, having it animate to the side. No, because it's because I've paused the tree, it's not clearing stuff out. So I wonder, I want to see if that's still getting called. There's a little bit still to do on it, like fixing up the background so it's not a weird little box there. So that doesn't get called at all when tree is paused. So what I'll do, I'll bring up the menu scene, because I think I can set all of these to not be pausable. So select both of them. Actually, no. I want it to be process always. Not disabled. Disabled makes them disabled permanently. Process always. Process always. Process always. All right. Now running that should take care of that problem. Hey. So I do have a center X and a left X. So what I want to do is when it's transitioning, let's go because hang on. So what I need to do here is transition things over to the side. I need to lerp them over to the side, but I need to know that'll immediately become false. That's the problem. So I need to go that's going to default to true. Then we're going to go menu centered, menu not centered. And then we want to make sure that the button container doesn't go past that value. Yeah, pretty much. That's alright. It gets the job done. So if the position X is less than that, we want to force the position to equal that. And we also want to set the menu centered as false. And also menu transitioning as false. And then we do something similar down here, but with that. Yeah, we've all been spoiled. Every programming language you go to, you're like, man, I wish they had this from this other language. I think in .NET, I can't remember which way, but between .NET and TypeScript, JavaScript, in one of them, I can, if I want to get the first value of an array that matches something, I just do like dot first and then the conditions sort of thing. But in the other one, there's no first, there's a dot find, which returns the first element that matches that. And it's like, well, just name that first. And then another case was what? Finding the first element and it was another array function. Where I was like, that would be helpful to have in this language. But it just doesn't exist for some reason. I forget which function it was. I have a feeling there's going to be some conflicting logic in that part of my code. Menu transitioning is set to true. Maybe this lerp needs to be something like that. Yeah, I do enjoy Rust, but yeah, its syntax is gets a little bit difficult to read at some point. I don't think I've ever gotten that far into Rust. I'm assuming the borrow checker just checks to see if the variable has been borrowed by something or if it can be borrowed. Kind of messes around with the lifetimes a little bit. Let's set menu transitioning to true. Let's go print menu transitioning, something like that. I'm pretty sure that's the correct way to spell that word. That's why. So I need to set the entire menu as always. And then everything in here I can just set as inherit. There we go. Jeeps. That jumped. I don't know why I did it that way. That's a long way of doing it. 808. Just constantly. Oh! Duh. I keep doing this. No, I want to have a plus equals there. Or a minus equals there. I want to go this thing minus that. Then here, I got plus equals. I think I want to have the... I think I do something similar. I think to make it the same speed, I can do that. So I subtract it from the center position, and then I either subtract or add that to the position depending on which way I want it to move. There it goes. Now I just need to get its transition back to the original way. Empire is incredibly strict though, which is good. And then it's super safe. Just used to hurt my brain. Yeah, that's one of the benefits of Rust, I guess. It's like the operating system they created in Rust. Basically what they did was, for most of it, they just created a Rust C compiler. So they could compile all of the existing C kernel modules using Rust, so that they got all of those extra Rust safety benefits without having to rewrite all of these different kernel modules. Yeah, they've started to. I think it was Redux OS. This one. So it's written in Rust, but I think most of it is just this custom C library written in Rust, which is like that basically takes care of a lot of the existing C kernel modules having Rust safety applied to them. Yeah, I don't know when the last release of this was, or even if it's still going. Oh yeah. Still going. I don't think there's an installer or anything though. I think you've got to actually download. Where are we? Yes, that's not where you go. There's somewhere you go to download the pre-built packages. Like the pre-built thing, but I don't think you can install it on a machine yet. Last I checked, you could only run it in like a virtual machine. The last I checked was like 2 or 3 years ago though, so that's probably out of date. Oh, and Alchemy, we started playing Fez yesterday. And I figured out some of the puzzles. Like I know what I need to do with them. So I was having a look around, and I think do it, play it. It's very fun. One of the puzzles we came across was like a room with just a bunch of doors that seemed to go nowhere. But when I was having a look last night after I stopped streaming, it seems that some of the some of the treasure maps that I've picked up look like they go to those doors. yeah, I'll probably pick that up again today and keep playing that. And then once I finish that, I'll probably jump over to Terraria. Thank you for that as well, Sat. I mean, I was waiting for the Steam summer sale, which is on now. Yeah. To see if I could get it. It depends on how entertaining you are on stream to play with. Yeah, I highly recommend Fez. Definitely play it. It's a very cozy game. Like there's no, like you just take your time with it. It's all puzzle based, like puzzle perspective based type stuff. X4. X4 Foundation, like this tough stuff. (2018). So this sounds like what was it? Star Citizen, but better. It's very German. Yeah, so Star Citizen, but better. Actually, what I wanted to do, I wanted to see what's in this summer sale. See if there's any good deals I can pick up. Buckshot roulette. Roulette with a revolver was not dangerous enough. Gotta up it to a buckshot. Why? There might be a few things in there that I might grab. Should I wonder if I've got... I think my membership's on my personal account, so I'm not going to log into this. But I do like these choice packs. I get a lot of stuff from these. This is where most of my games come from at the moment. Yeah, same here. I don't grab every game just because it's like, yeah, it's not sure. Like there's games in there that's like, yeah, I'm definitely not gonna play that. But yeah, I just grab all the ones that look interesting. Nice. Some base camp in Noita. Denied. I'm not letting that term through. Uh, I'm trying to keep this chat friendly for everyone. That auto mod though. Instantly made non-existent. There you go. I need to figure out this transitioning thing. Yeah, I think one game that I might play, unalived is the term. Yeah, unalived is boring though. Forced leave from existence is better. Permanently retired. Stuff like that. They're much nicer ways of saying it, I think. For instance, I'm not unemployed. I'm taking a hiatus from employment. There's a difference. How long that hiatus goes for? All depends on how well streaming goes. Between jobs implies that there will be a next job. That's the thing, I haven't, like, this is my ideal scenario right here. Like, coding what I want, chatting, not having any deadlines and stressing out about, oh, this needs to be finished by the end of the week. None of that nonsense. See, so menu I need to figure out where this is breaking. So menu transition is set to true. You need to be menu centered is true. My constants file. Are you talking about my globals? Yeah, so all I've done with those, I've given it a class name of viewState, which allows me to access it anywhere just using the viewState dot. And now I've got these static variables here. So all those static just means that, yeah, I can access them whenever. Not constant, static. And yeah, if you want to, you can just create a regular script and then go into, I think, project settings auto load, and you can open it here and you can add a node name. So if I did that without giving the script a class name, I'd give it view state, and then that script would be globally available. Yeah, yeah, auto load's pretty standard way. Generally, for me, if there's something I can do by code, I'll do it by code. I don't know why, it's just what I default to. Like connecting signals. I connect signals up by code. I don't go into the UI and connect it up there. Statistics, it moves over to the side. Click it again, it moves over to the set. Oop. How interesting. Oh, I've already made some custom ones. The first signal I used in this game was... Where is it? So the first signal I started using in this, before I started using any other signal, was this one. Switch cameras. And that is purely emitted so that I can handle transitioning between the perspective and the orthogonal camera. Like before I started working on this project, I'd tinkered with Godot a bit before. So I knew about signals and whatnot, but it was mostly C# Godot, like mono code. GDScript is a bit, yeah. Yeah, signals in GDScript are much easier than signals in the C# side of things, in my opinion. I do like how this mug sort of half chroma keys out. It's just yellow. maybe that's how they came up with the Star Trek transporter back then. They're like, so they were tinkering around with green screens, and someone had a yellow cup, and they were like, "Hey, we can use that for the transporter." Beam me up coffee. I think you mean bean me up coffee. That is exactly why we are here, Sat, because we are nerds. Where was I? Thank you for the follow, Boskans. How are you? Welcome. I hope you're enjoying everything. If you have any questions for me, shout them out. Yeah, bean me up, as in coffee bean. That's the pun. You're just jealous that you didn't think of it, Sat. I think what I want here is going to be a transition speed. I'll set that to 5 for now. 5's going to be way too fast, but, you know. What am I doing? when I click on another one that it stops working. If I set that to 2.5. No. Why does it only go to there? What is its start position? $17.69. Ah. Is that because it's stretching over my screen? Okay, so I'm not going to do that. Yep, my face has a rating of 1,769 out of 1,700. That is 100% correct, sir. It is in fact my face. Yep. Yep. I mean, it has to be. I'm like 90% face. I can't have it as constant. What do I want to do? I want to get... Sure, let's undo that. So I wonder if I can print the size of menu. Let's see. Oh, let's go the X size. What am I doing? I need to open the thing first. Yeah, so it's getting the full screen size. So what I want to do, instead of that, I want to go size X divided by 2. But I don't want to do that all the time. So I want to have something that's not a constant. I just want to go var button container center X. Have that as a float. And then that wouldn't even make sense. 820 wouldn't make sense for anything. If I set you to 0, you're there. If I set you to 10, you're there. If I have the pivot offset as 150, and then I set you to 0. I was hoping that pivot offset would have made it so that when it goes down to 0, the center of it would be there instead. But obviously not. Wonder if I align it center top. I set its height to be... No, because the benefit of V center wide... benefit is it gives me that that height, regardless of how tall the screen is. So what I might need to do, set you to 0 by default. Actually, I won't even give you a value by default. In ready, we'll go the button container center X can be size X divided by 2. That will hopefully oh, it's off center now. So I want it to be that minus the button container size X divided by 2. So that'll center it. There we go. Lovely. Now I just need to have it so that when I click that a second time, it scrolls back in. It's going to be because this menu transitioning gets set. I think what I want to do is menu transitioning. I think I want to do that. That should do it. No. Maybe not. Obviously the last opened menu would not be that when I click on it for the first time. Huh. These are the bugs we live for. It was actually funny because I went to watch Send the Egg this morning before I started streaming, but he was offline. And then when I started streaming, I got a pop-up on Twitch going, Send the Egg has started streaming. It's like, no! How can I work this? So the menu transitioning needs to be set to true when I click it. And submenu opened. So I need that to equal last open menu does not equal statistics and submenu not opened. I think that's what I want it to be. And then in here, it would be settings. So it would get set to true if the last thing you clicked was not that thing. No, because then that'll break when we transition back into the center. because when we transition back into the center, that'll be true. That will be true. So it would never reopen at that point. Does not equal settings or submenu opened. So menu transitioning, it will transition the menu if the last button you clicked if the submenu is opened, or the last button you clicked. Doodles, have fun, Alchemy. We'll have it all polished tomorrow, hopefully. You'll get to see the results. Let's see here. Something's definitely wrong with this. For some reason, my brain just refuses to tell me what. If the last, I want it to transition if you click the button, and so you click the button when the submenus are closed, it will open. Or if the submenu that's opened is the button you just clicked. It should be that. Well, no, because now I'll open settings, and then clicking statistics will stay there. Okay. Because submenu opened. No, let's get rid of that for now. Let's reset. Reset. Because this is obviously more complicated than it needs to be. So menu transitioning down here should be true. Should always be true in that scenario. In this scenario, we want to go menu transitioning if submenu is not opened. No. Yes. I think that's right. Okay, so that's the problem now. So settings, statistics, settings, 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 statistics, 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 settings, settings, statistics. Perfect. That's working. It's doing everything I want it to. And then what we can do here is we can have those two display, but I'll put them inside a container. those two in there. I go, this panel container can be, let's see, center, and I want the size to be 600 on the X. Let's go 1000 on the X. Its X position can be I can even make that wider. Set you to 600, maybe even 500. Set the height to be maybe 800. Height can be 650. Maybe 700. There we go. That's how we do that one. I really want it to... I think I want it to be a... No, I don't want it to be a 4x. No. Set it like that. We'll go size can be 1250. Position can be 450. These guys change that to just be a control node. Anchored, I'll go left wide. You can have the size as 500 or something. Personal best, same thing, but right wide. And have the size as 500. Change the position to be -500, 750. So if I select those two, I still have some space in there. Make you 600. Make you 600. Let's take another 100 off that. There we go. Sweet. You can be statistics container. You can be hidden. I now want to toggle the visibility of these containers because there'll be a statistics container and a settings container. So the settings container I could set up no, I've already got the constants. So we can go down here, go func, change visibility. That'll be down here. We'll go change visibility. We can go, is there a switch or is it a match? It's a match. Nah, there's no point in doing that. I'll just go if last opened menu is statistics, then we get the statistics container visible, set that to true. It doesn't have an opacity, right? Yeah, I don't want to worry about the opacity. Otherwise, if the last opened menu was settings, then it's actually just duplicate you. Get rid of those. Get rid of that too, actually. We'll change this to settings. So the settings container is the same size. I'll add a child, which will be a tab container. A container that creates a tab for each child control, displaying only the active tab's control. A control that provides a horizontal bar with tabs. So I could do something like that, and I could style those bars probably. Let's go to the layout here. I'm going to make you a full rect so you take up the full space. That's what we want. We'll center the tabs. Tab close display policy. What do we have here? Never show the close buttons. Only show the close button on the currently active tab. Show the close button on all tabs. I never want to show a close button, so that's correct for the default. Scrolling enabled. We will go with that. Select with right mouse button, no. Scroll to selected. If true, the tab offset will be changed to keep the currently selected tab visible. Okay. So this creates a tab. Let's go. Audio. Video. controls. And what are the other general kind of settings? Oh, the ferrets have been let out. So I have audio, video, controls. There's usually a default one, which is like settings. Can't bother with this with that. Which I wonder, because that tab bar is a container, isn't it? So if I change this type from a control to a tab bar, a control that provides a horizontal bar with tabs, a container that creates a tab for each child control, displaying only the active tabs control. So that's the one I want. I want you to be that. Then I can create a control, which will be called settings. Another one for audio. Another one for video. Another one for controls. Okay. Now we need to start tinkering around with themes a bit, I think. Do I have a button already? I do have a text button, so you've got a text button variant already, cool. Let's bring this up, go to the text button. Hello, Murdex. Unfortunately, no John Wick. I'm avoiding being sued. My character is John Stick. He may permanently retire a lot of people, just like John Wick does. But my guy is in no way a trained assassin or anything like that. He's just an average person. He's I don't know, he's a brickie. A brickie that found himself in a bad situation. Now he has to fight to survive. Very, very different from John Wick. How are you? So it's going to be a wave survival game. So you'll be in a room and you'll just have wave after wave after wave of enemies coming at you. But you'll have your 3D perspective that you can mess around on. You can, however, so you can see how there's two pillars there. Kind of like a bullet hell sort of thing. Probably not as many bullets as a bullet hell. It depends on how many enemies there are, of course, as to how many bullets there'll be. But the main thing with the game would be you can change your perspective. So if you have an enemy standing on a roof up there shooting at you or something, you can change into another perspective, and then all of a sudden that roof no longer exists. So they fall to the ground, and everyone, all enemies and you, only exist on this axis. So it becomes sort of 2D. Thank you. Thank you. And you can do Z or X axis. So wherever you move to, if you move over here and transition into an axis, like transition into the Z axis, it'll be this Z axis here. Are you talking about Fez? Let me stop that. This little dude. Yes, Fez. Yeah. I started playing this yesterday on stream for the last few hours of my stream. I'm going to keep playing it today. See if I can finish it off today. If not, I'll finish it off tomorrow. But yeah, this game's amazing. I love this game. I can't believe I only found out about it recently and it was released in 2013. But yeah, I'll be playing that this afternoon. Oh, nice. Multiplayer. So, generic 2D online multiplayer fighting game. Is that going to be, are you going to be like web-based or are you going to release it on any platform? Fair enough. That's a decision that can come later. That's fine. No rush for it. So would it be sort of like a, would it be in the style of the old school Mortal Kombats and Street Fighters and stuff, where it's like a 2D fighting game with 2D sprites and whatnot? Or would it be more of like a 2D Smash Bros? Like that kind of arena based on a 2D plane sort of thing. Because either of those sound fun. Yeah, it'd be pixel art in an arena. Everyone has a certain amount of health. Yeah, nice. That'd be sweet. I have no idea about setting up multiplayer stuff. This is only my first time making something that I'm going to eventually release. So, yeah, you're a step ahead of me with multiplayer. What engine are you using? Current meta Delta Time Manager, Scene Manager, and Advanced Map Class, and Server Client Connections. Yeah, nice. You're already progressing that way, like towards handling the multiplayer. Words are difficult for me at the moment. It is still very early. Micro Studio. Nice. Oh, they've got the year first. Uh, so it's year, month, day for their release versions, right? I thought it was 2025, and I was like, wait, what? But yeah, 25th of May. Are you developing on Windows, or are you developing on Linux or Mac, or? That's a nice looking UI. Yeah, nice. And which of the languages are you using? Is it Python, Lua, JavaScript? Is it their microscript? Yeah. Yeah, it looks like they've based their microscript off of Lua. So when you're really good at microscript, you'll also be really good at Lua. 2 languages for the time of 1. Oh, nice. So you've already got... Well, there you go. So if... Out of curiosity, because like, I've done .NET previously and JavaScript and TypeScript previously, but for Godot, I'm using GDScript. MicroStudio was easy to grab, but I prefer it because it has classes. Yeah, fair enough. So what was your, if you've already done Lua for years, is it easier to use microscript in MicroStudio? Is that why you didn't go Lua? Or did you just want to do something new? It's easier. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. That was the same reason I chose GDScript in Godot instead of doing .NET in Godot, because it's just easier to use their inbuilt scripting language. Yeah, very nice. Very nice. Well, good luck. Want to see my single? Yeah, yeah, share it through. I always like seeing people's stuff, seeing what other people are making. I say I got Q and W. Don't worry, I've got a lot of stuff locked down. I can see the link here as a microstudio.dev. So it's like that's the MicroStudio domain. If it was a micro.studio.dev, I'd be a little bit more suspicious. Oh, nice. You'll notice I'm looking through before I do anything. It's like I don't want this to have some sort of malicious code in there that I then run. There you go, draw function. I've never looked at Lua before, so microscript and Lua are gonna be very odd for me. Optimized hitboxes for the map, nice. Yeah, so you've got your maps array there and your as we're going over creating the hitboxes for the size of the map. Yeah, very nice. I'll have a bit more of a check first just to make sure. Again, I don't know MicroScript or Lua, so I don't know what could be malicious. Doesn't look like there's anything. Create test map, which is just creating the advanced map. Create timer, scale, X and Y offset, your keyboard presses. Fair enough. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think JS itself is just malicious. So /I is the editor. So W is to show the hitbox. Q is to scale it. Yeah, and if you scale it, it sticks to the... It stays there, whereas if I do that, it just moves everywhere. That's nice. Yeah, very cool. Yes. JS is the curse language. TypeScript does some anti-cursing, but not... It's not a complete cure. Yeah, that's cool. Groups of hitboxes. Yeah, so like the, where was it? It's like that there would be a group of hitboxes, I assume. Like those are a group of hitboxes. Those are a group. That's pretty sweet. Keep at it, man. Dude, it took me several hours just to figure out how to properly use this. That's a lot easier than what you've done. So, I'd say 3 days is probably pretty good. I'm still trying to figure out Godot's theme thing as well. Like it's so that's no, don't worry. I always look at the domains. Thank you for the follow. It's much appreciated. I'm getting edging closer and closer and closer to the 50. I always look at the links before I open them, because yeah, I mean it's standard practice for when you're working at a company you get an email that has a link in it. You're like, I'm gonna hover over that and make sure it's correct. Make sure it's actually a valid link first and not something that's actually going somewhere else. Yeah, if someone threw up like a code pen or something, I'm never opening those. Definitely. Like pretty much any 2D game I'm a fan of. Eh, I thought that might happen. Thank you for the follow, Rainforest. Do you want to be called Rainforest, or do you want to be called John, or do you want to be called Rainforest John? I need to fix up my Nightbot. John, good. Well, welcome. We're we're just talking our different games that we're developing. I've found that I have broken some stuff. I'm gonna remove the alias and just see if it works. There we go. Oh, I'm a master at breaking things. If you want something broken, call me. If you want something that works, maybe find someone else. Yeah, fair enough. If you want to raid, so in your Twitch chat, you just do /raid, and then after that, you just put in the name of the. There you go. Thank you for the raid, John. It's much appreciated. It's just delayed. Oh, so what'll happen is when you start the raid, it'll pop up in the top. So it'll eventually time out and raid automatically, but you can force it to raid by clicking the button. But yeah, so John, you stream. Do you stream Murdex? Where collide with solid blocks. So how long have you been streaming, John? Because I'm also new, so it's much appreciated to have everybody kind of coming in and watching me. I hope I'm entertaining enough. I forget to look at the camera because it's not something that I'm used to. So I'm generally looking down here at my chat or over here at the game. Scratch. I've heard of it. It's I forget if it's yeah, it's like a very simple programming type thing, isn't it? Where is it? There it is. Yeah, this kind of thing where you're like it's like a drag and drop kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah, you can drag this stuff in here and like set up the flow of logic and whatnot. Nah, that's all good. No way someone made this with Scratch. Let me see here. I wonder if I can search their projects. What's the project name? This looks like there's been a ton of stuff made in Scratch. What is this? uh... If you have a name for the project, I can just search it. Let me see. Dang. I was hoping I'd be able to find it just by doing that. That one. So they've kind of played a mobile game. And that's the great thing about Scratch is you can make really complex games in it. And you just don't need to really know how to code. Yeah, and then yeah, nice. I'm not surprised I'm not surprised someone was able to make that in Scratch. They just had to be very good at Scratch, that's all. I mean, I wouldn't be able to make it in Scratch myself. Certainly not. It's definitely impressive that it was made in Scratch. Where there's a will, there's a way. That's a programmer with enough will find a way to create it. I think this is what I want. I think I want to add something here. Why won't it let me override it? Oh, because it's crashed, right. I've already got Discord open. Good-o. So I'm in Australia, so the job market is usually fairly stable, thankfully. But I was contracting as a front-end developer for 3 years, and over the last couple months they had gotten rid of a lot of contractors at the company, and there was a lot of umming and ahhing about if I was going to have my contract extended or not, and if there was going to be a project for me to be extended into and stuff like that. And there was also a recent change in executives, so management had slowed down their decision-making process and stuff. Everything had just become a bit more difficult. So I decided, you know what, I've been saving money for like the last 3 years, so I'm going to take that money. I'm going to take time off work. I'll learn a bunch of new stuff. So I'll start with a game where I'll learn some game development. After that, I'll let you guys decide what I go on to next, whether it's another game, maybe a different engine, different programming language, that kind of stuff, or if we go into like another programming language entirely. Like we go into Golang and we make something in that, whatever. I figure I'll learn all of this new stuff while I'm streaming. And then if streaming doesn't work out and I don't have money from, I'm not making any money from streaming, then I'll have all this extra knowledge to go back into the workforce to start looking for jobs. But basically I was in a position financially to be able to say, all right, I'm going to take some time off and learn some new things and stream while I'm learning those new things. But yeah, I had the opportunity, so I took it. It's not an opportunity that would come along very often, or for many people. So yeah, that's kind of why I did it. Let's see if this will let me override. Okay, cool. It allowed me to override now. I think clicking it too many times caused it to freak out. So we've got this override style box here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, if you're streaming, just pick a project, start working on it. As long as you got something, that's the main thing. There we go. I want it to be opaque, so I don't want it to have any. Excellent. I wonder if I can view its hover state. UI is an important part of every game. If you're making a 3D game or a 2D game that has a HUD, the HUD is very important to make sure everything's correct and the right size. The menus are important to make sure they're easy to navigate for people. My settings, are you talking about a settings screen in my game? Because I haven't started building this out yet. That's just a placeholder at the moment. There's nothing under it. That's the stuff I'm building out at the moment. There. Currently my menu is just this at the moment. And if you click on statistics or settings, they slide to the side and they display their respective things. If you click it, it goes back, and yeah. But I'm still tinkering with it, getting it figured out and whatnot. I haven't really worked with UI before, so my UI's going to be terrible. Especially trying to get things to stay in the correct position on different resolutions. So on one screen, like on a 4K screen, having it in one spot, and then on a 1080p screen, having it in the same spot. Sorry, I just knocked the microphone too. Yeah. I think anyone that's not an expert in UI is in the same boat. Yeah, most of the stuff I've been working on so far has been like this kind of stuff. I've been neglecting UI stuff in favor of actual gameplay functionality. So there is still a hover state there that I need to do. I will be playing Fez tonight. I might finish it. It depends on how difficult the remaining puzzles are, because I think I'm only halfway through. For the transition, so the camera transition, you see this sphere here? That's just a small sphere around the camera. And when I transition between the cameras, I'm just changing the near value. So the near value lerps over time. And as it gets nearer, more and more of that sphere becomes visible. So I have hacked it a little bit. Like it's just a random sphere around the camera. And then for the camera out here, it starts out with a very, very small size, and then I just scale that size up. So as it goes down, it basically only sees a very small black section of the character. I don't know if that's the proper way to do this kind of stuff, but it works. And it's very easy to do, so I'm keeping that. I need to override this hover style now. Exactly. If it works, what's the problem? Resource can't be saved because it doesn't belong to the edited scene. Make it unique first. Okay. Make unique. Sub resource? What do you mean? I think I need to go save as. I need what? Make unique. Save as. Okay, there we go. Oh, never. This is what looking at code is what I live for. But enjoy the rest of your night, John. I will be here again tomorrow, and the day after that, and the day after that. And then I'll be taking my first day off, so feel free to come back. Yeah, thanks again for the raid. Actually, I might yeah. I only just realized that that's something I can do as well, so that's yeah, enjoy your night. Reuse the same text button theme. Oops, wrong one. That one. Alright, so now there's not going to be a hover state or a press state or anything like that, except for the text. The text will highlight. I wonder if there's a way I can add an underline to that as well. It's such a nice little song just to bop along to. I just realised as well. All of that'll be fixed tomorrow, hopefully. Maybe the day after. Okay, so got all of that set up. Got the button, we've got all of that overridden. Colors. I want to know if it's possible to add an underline. Because I want to underline the one that's hovered. I don't see any. I don't see any underline though, so. Alright. Back into here. Go for text underline. So it needs to be a rich text. Actually, let me... Button text underline. It's BB code 1 to underline the text. U/U, okay. I'm going to say it's not. I'm assuming I need to do something with the theme in here. Like I need to add something. Definitely not that. I wonder if there's a different element I should use. It's like I want it to be a button, so I could use a link button. But I want it to be just a button. I don't want it to be a link button, because that would have a URI. But on hover, I could change that. And I assume this has an on click or a button up. Yeah, it has a button up and a pressed as well. I guess I could just use a link button and not use a URI. Let's see. I wonder if I do this instead. Have like a 4-pixel border at the bottom appear when you hover over it. Why are you that wide? That's better. Okay. So if that's the case, if I just set the bottom border when they hover over it. Let's see here. The hover. So it'd be a mouse entered and mouse exit. So mouse entered. Mouse entered doesn't provide any information of what was entered. So I could go button as a button. Then under here, statistics, mouse entered, connect. I want that to be button hover. And I want to pass in statistics. Do I do it that way, or can I? Yeah, no, I have to do it that way. Let's see. That's probably going to break. Yep. Bind. So it would be button hover, bind, statistics. There we go. Print button name. Beautiful. That's what we need to do. Button unhover will be another. Mouse exited and button unhover. So here, I want to access the button. Let's see, button theme type variation. So that's a string name, I assume. Yeah, so it's a string name. Because what is it that I want to alter here? It's a style box flat, it's a text button. Maybe I just use I'm just going to use a link button. Make this easier. So overview, link button. Underline on hover. Going to change all of these to a link button type now. Save and quit. Exit to desktop. There we go. Beautiful. I don't even need to worry about those anymore. That's nice. Hmm. Let's do this. Visible. Ah, right. Duh. So we need to run that whenever these things are clicked. Something like that. Oh, yeah. Let's do it after. There we go. Beautiful. Now, the annoying part, because these are always 600. I think there's something under project settings. There we go. Do that. That's the problem now. What is this? Why am I getting emails? Sorry, for some reason I'm getting emails. battery. Give me 2 seconds, or I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. My council appears to be confused. They're like, oh, we didn't pick up these items. Vacuum with battery for your hard waste because it's not accepted. It's like, A, I never put a vacuum with a battery down there. B, all of them are gone. Wonder if I can just reply to this. Like, hi person. I did not place a vacuum with battery in my hard waste pile. After looking at the location that I placed my hard rubbish for collection, there is nothing there. I assume since there is no other waste in the spot that my hard rubbish was collected, that there will be nothing further to do at this time. Regards, me. Must have been a neighbor. Just a neighbor placing their stuff. Oh, hello, Rainbow. So, the progress I have made so far, it's been a lot of stuff on the menu. So I've got these, so when you hover over them, it selects stuff. The control items scale with the viewport. So on 1080p, it will look exactly like this, even though this is displaying on 4K. If I click on one of these, then it scales out and displays those things. You click on the other one, then it will change to settings. I just need to fix that bug. And then if you click on that again, it scrolls it back. And if you click exit to desktop, it stops the game. It's all very cool stuff. There we go. But yeah, formal writing activated. So now I need to figure out what's going on with this. So change visibility. So that's obviously submenu not opened, which doesn't work. So this here, I want to change the visibility only when it's gone back to, only when it's all the way over to the left. I want to change the visibility only when it's all the way back over to the right. So in here, I also need to change visibility. But only in here, I think. Oh, yep. Needs to be after that because changing the visibility is determined by the last open menu. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Well, that's not ideal. I don't want it displaying before the menu's transitioned over. I want the menus to transition over and then display it. Which means it's not in there that I want it. So actually in here, I could go not menu transitioning. If. So if it's not transitioning, call it. If it is transitioning, don't call it. Beautiful. Excellent. That's that. Like, that's as much as I need to do for that right now. I can come back to that later once I've got like stuff to save or statistics to display, things like that. Actually, one thing I can set up now is inside the enemy spawn. You can probably go static var game started. So that can turn to true. When world loads, actually. I probably don't even need to do that. Because I do have a world script. And the world script has a process. So in here, I can probably just go enemy spawn control. Actually, I'll create another script for stats. Last name, statistics. Get rid of all that. Then we'll go static variable for eliminations. Static for time. I'll go time seconds. We'll go wave, which will be an int as well. What's fired? Grenades thrown. Enemy spawned. So we can do that sort of stuff. We can also have like a damage dealt and a damage taken. So in here we go enemy spawn controller. No, not enemy spawn controller. Statistics. Time seconds. Now delta, I believe, is a float. So I probably need to set that as a float. Yeah, it's definitely a float. So I'll do that. And then when I'm displaying it in the UI, I'll basically just drop it. Yes, I did see that. You got to set a flag so that you can get double precision. Which personally I'm not much of a fan of. But, I mean, it's odd to me that double isn't just something that's available. Right? Like, I would expect double to just be a value or a type that is available that gives you more precision. But it's probably like an engine performance thing, or like a size. Like they want to keep the engine size as small as possible for people. Because I mean, the fact that this engine is like 100 meg is amazing. You got Unity out there that's like a few gig. Unreal Engine that's like half of your hard drive. What convinced you to switch? Was it the same thing that convinced most of the other people? Unity took forever. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. It's because of all the extra analytic stuff they put in there that, yeah. What is traditionally called bloat. Actually, out of curiosity, Rainbow, I don't know how Stream Avatars works 100%, Has your avatar always been the little red goblin? Or has it changed between displaying avatars? I haven't been paying attention. Yeah, fair enough. Nice. So now it's set there, it's like that's the one. The reason I'm having this separate to enemy count is because when an enemy is retired, they're going to be like, that's going to be subtracted by 1. And then actually in the spawn controller, probably don't want you to be a constant. I probably want you to be just a value that I can change. It's like each wave, the number of enemies goes up, sort of thing. And then we would also have a like a static var enemies spawned. Actually, I might change this so it's enemies spawned this wave as an int. That way I don't have to worry about keeping track of one dying. It's just like one being retired. It's just when the next wave starts, I reset that back to 0 and it counts back up again. And then this is just a count of everything since, like, everything that's been spawned since that. So that's those things. Now in menu, I can actually go, let's display this. Let's get a label. This one can be time. We will, label settings was new label settings, okay. Horizontal alignment. Let's go right for the horizontal alignment. So that I can have all of these as the same width, if you will. We'll go center left. I'll have this one. I'll have it like 200, like so. The position, we'll pop that at 150, and I'm gonna set this as a medium is pretty big. So header small, let's go to our theme. Just reusing header small all the time. Font size, let's make you 24. I think that'll be a good size for these. And then you can add another child node, which will be another label. I'll have this as like time label and then just time. So this one it'll be anchored center right. Its width or its size will be 200. Like so. Maybe I need to make this one 300. And make you 300. Actually, I'll make you like 275. That gives a bit of a space between the text being displayed, which would be good. And I think I had it at 150. And this will have a header small as well. So in menu, when I call the ready, I can start going, what is it? Statistics container. / run stats time text equals. Now I need to format the text. I might have a function on here actually. Static function. What's this? I think because there's spaces in it, it needs the quotes around them. I could do this. Well, actually, I'm breaking my own convention because I've already got it so that they have no space. Well, I mean, this way, This way will actually be better because now I can just do this without having the double quotes. Access as unique name. Ah, yeah. What's the unique name get set as, though? Because if it just gets set to the same value. Let's see. Because I had no idea that existed. Yeah, sweet. Awesome. Yeah. I had no idea that existed. Like that will make this stuff a lot easier to kind of access rather than having that huge string, because I don't want to end up having to scroll like all the way over just because I'm assigning a variable. I'm okay if I'm doing like this lerp here, but like if I was really pedantic about the lerp, I could do this. But I'm not that pedantic about it. No one else has to play in this code base, so it doesn't matter that much to me. If I was working with other people, maybe I'd worry about it a little bit. What I want to do though is have a static function for formats time, which is returning a string. I'll just return that for the time being so that I can go back into menu and go statistics, format time. Now in here, because that's the time seconds, I want to go var formatted time. That would just be 0, 0. Now the question is, do I want to have it formatted into just the number of seconds, or do I want to have minute : seconds? Because I could go minutes as what times? I've done it again. I keep breaking my own convention. So I can do time seconds modulo 60. The remainder will be the number of minutes. I have a Should be. What? What? I swear I've done something like that before. Oh, what? It's fmod. So it's a function that does it instead. So we'll go times seconds, and we'll go 60. So that's going to return a float. So when it gets to here, if any decimal is just going to be dropped off. So I'm fine with that. So minutes, and then bar seconds. Well, actually, no. Fmod will be the seconds. I don't think so. And I'll fix this up, so we'll go time seconds divided by 60. Yeah, that has to be an fmod. So minutes is the number of seconds divided by 60. Seconds is the remaining when you divide by 60. I mean, I think that's right. Now, I've never formatted a string in Godot, in GD script at least. Closest I've done is formatting a string. So you do that. Okay, so you should percent after it. So we can go %s. Well, actually. And is it that? Or do I do a second? Yeah, that could work. That's what I want. Because %i is for integer, isn't it? No. Alright, so I must use s for it. Let's give that a shot and see what it does anyway. Eight seconds, does that sound about right? I'll actually count this time. Alright, so once my stream gets to 4 hours, 16 minutes and 20 seconds. Okay. 8 seconds. Perfect. Now, I need it to format to 2 decimal places. 5 leading spaces for a total length of 10. There we go. That's what I want. Hello. Welcome back, Ash. Yep, got a name for the stick man. So I think I need to go... because D is for digits. A decimal integral, whatever. Let's see what happens here. Welcome back. Yep, I had the idea for a stick figure that has to retire a bunch of people permanently, and figured that sounded a lot like John Wick, but this guy's not an assassin. He's just He's a bricklayer that just got put in a situation where he has to defend himself. So there we go. I like it. We're getting stats now. No. Not played by Rianu Keeves. What actor? Like, there has to be an actor that is the complete opposite of Keanu Reeves. Who is the complete opposite of Keanu Reeves? Who? In all manners. Being the opposite of Keanu Reeves in every single way. So they have to be permanently retired. They have to be an opposite gender. They have to be short. They can't be a good actor. Steven Seagal would be perfect if... Yes, I agree. Steven Seagal would be the complete opposite of Keanu Reeves if Steven Seagal was not male and not tall, and if he wasn't tall, and if he was permanently retired. Those are the only three things in which Steven Seagal is not the opposite. He would also need to be blonde. Katie Holmes, closer. Now we need to go blonde. Because Katie Holmes does no action at all, from what I can tell. It's usually like dramas or romance. Who is a blonde Katie Holmes? Paris Hilton. Yes. Well, actually, we'll go Nicole Richie. Because she's shorter. Alright, we've got a time. Oh, Ash, did you guys have dumplings yesterday for lunch? Or did you go elsewhere? Because I know you were in the office yesterday, which is why you weren't watching my stream. So what's the next thing I need to set in menu? I also need to set... I think I'll duplicate these. I'll change this to... Ah, Ichimaki. Nice. Very, very nice. I think I'm hanging out for Tuesday when I have my day off. So that I can... So that I'm not just going to the microwave and reheating something that I cooked earlier in the week in order to make it back for the stream. Yeah, definitely hanging out to get like a pizza or a burger, or go out and find a nice Japanese place that I can like get some don or something. Maybe I'll get some ramen. So this can be enemies. I wonder, Renbo, this will be interesting. I duplicated time with a unique name. So is it going to be accessible? No. I need to revoke the unique name from that and give it a unique name. Nah, that's right. I had so I duplicated this label. renamed it to enemies, but it still had the access as unique, as a unique name here. I had to remove it and reapply it to give it an actual unique name, because once I duplicated it, it's no longer a unique name. The same name would access both of them. Breaking it. Yay. Oh, actually, no. I need these to be positioned lower. Because if I have orc here, they are at... I also need to change this to be enemies. Layout, transform, 300, no, 144.5. 144.5 is a weird value. I'm going to change that to 145. I'm going to change these ones to 190. Yeah, 190 is perfect. Nice. Well, I mean, today's good ramen weather, but that doesn't mean Tuesday, when I have my day off, is going to be good ramen weather. Let's see. Oh, yep. Every day is ramen weather. Also, I don't know if it was the hype of ramen, but the first time I had ramen, I was like, I mean, it's nice, but I don't think it lives up to the hype that everyone gave it. And then I had ramen from another place, and I was like, again, it's all right. It doesn't live up to the hype everyone was giving it, though. There's some places around that do like real proper ramen. They cost more though. But yes, like generic Australian ramen is not that great. You got to go to like an actual ramen restaurant with like people that know how to make it properly. I just want a simple way to do an int to string, like a .to string. Okay, so there's an str. That's the syntax. So we got 0. Then when this guy spawns in... Oh, hello. Why are you clamped? That is weird. Why is that clamped? It shouldn't be clamped. Cool. So that's those two set up. I'm gonna figure out why this is clamping. Should only be clamping the X rotation, not the Y rotation. Is the fact I have a UI now causing that to break? No, because I can rotate as much as I like. What? Ah. It's because that was still open, I think. Like because I've had the menu open. Alright, so there's some stuff I need to clean up with that. and get rid of formatted time. Narrowing conversion, float is converted to int and loses precision. That's fine. I'm fine with that losing precision because I don't want 1.0003 minutes and 20 seconds. That wouldn't make sense. Menu. This is causing some problems. It's not going to be scroll events. What to do now? Filter. I don't want that to... Where are we? I think it's that. In here, I need to go input mouse mode. Captured. There we go. Perfect. Now... I think I'm going to start working on... I've got 3.5 hours left until I go back to playing Fez. So I think I'm going to spend that time setting up items that you can pick up. And then start setting up some inventory stuff. So like, you know, what you have equipped. Like if you pick up a weapon, does that change the weapon you're currently holding, or do I give people three weapon slots? That kind of thing. Before I start that, I'm gonna go get myself another coffee. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes once I've got that coffee. And I'm back. Okay, so close out these things that I don't need. So I've already got the node here. That there will be where items get mounted when they pick it up. So I've already got that set. Oh, for people that didn't see it before as well, that weren't here for it, I've changed up some things a bit. So this collision shape here will be to stop the player from falling through the ground and walking through walls and stuff. Like leaving the game area in general. I've got this collision body here as well, which is connected to the hip bone, so that when the jump animation plays, that collider goes with it. So that will allow me to, that will allow the player to jump over things. And I don't need to worry about applying gravity or anything. Like I'll apply gravity down, but I don't need to worry about the animation raising the player as well as the jump velocity raising the player. The jump velocity is just built into the animation. So this here, get rid of that stuff. I can do that. So that's obviously still important for when they like step off platforms or objects and whatnot. But it also means that these are too large for the player to jump over. I mean, I will be adjusting the I will be adjusting these so it won't be a hip bone that this will be connected to. I'll have a bone for the head, which will have a collider, one for the forearm, one for the lower arm, one for the hands, that sort of thing. So that way I can detect where the player gets hit by stuff and apply different levels of damage. But it also means that when he jumps, instead of that collider hanging out the bottom a little bit, it'll be his feet, essentially. So, yeah. That'll be cool. That'll make it more AAA than it'll bump it up to a B class game. So I've got the right hand where the weapon will be equipped, or whatever they pick up. I've got a rock, which doesn't appear in the world at the moment. Well, I mean, considering the games that large companies release these days are quadruple A, I think it makes it easier for people like us to release a AAA game. I did think about releasing this game, like calling this game, uh, like A, and then just being like, it's the first octuple A game. Now, I thought that might be memeing a bit too much. Where do I want to start with this? Where do I want to start? Probably start with a new scene. Yeah, 3D scene. Well, a static body. It'll appear at the top of everyone's list. Sell it for 50 cents, they open the game, and it's just characters screaming. That's basically it. It's like we said it was quadruple A. Like, oh, you thought we meant quadruple A is in the rating. No, we meant quadruple A is in like what was the recent meme game before Banana? It was this. Don't pee. It's just a game about how you wake up in the middle of the night and you need to go to the bathroom. But then all this strange stuff starts happening around your house. And every now and then you have to press Z really, really fast to stop yourself peeing your pants. It's such a stupid game, but I love it. It's such a good concept. It's definitely one I'm probably going to play on stream at some point. I'm going to add it to my cart now so I don't forget to buy it at some point. But it's just a ridiculous game. No. Need to take care of a beard hair. What, the playthrough of Don't Pee? I think a static body 3D will be good for this. Very short playthrough. Yep. It'll be very short because the very first time it happens, I will pee my pants. People can take that out of context, and I'm okay with that. I just want to give this a general kind of shape for the time being. Clip it. Too immersive. Character pees himself in game, you pee yourself in real life. You wanted a VR mode. That's VR mode. Let's see, this can be those three. This collider, I don't want it to be that. I can have it as a world object, and its mask can be player and enemy. So if enemies run out, they will pick up. I am the player. World object. I think I need it to be those. World object to be fine because see what's going to get really complicated with like I haven't got to the complex stuff for this game yet. The complex stuff for this game will be when I have like a bunch of objects in the world, like buildings, doors, chairs, tables, benches, plants and bushes and all that kind of stuff. Pulling everything onto the same axis when you change perspective, I'll need them to also detect if they're inside something, and if they are, move to the nearest spot that they're not inside something that's still above ground. It's, yeah. That's going to be the fun code. It's probably not going to happen for a while though, because I want to get all this base stuff sorted out. Once I've got the basic stuff sorted out, I can flesh out the more complicated bits. So let's give this a collision shape. So I think at the moment, I can just go like a box for this one. Yeah, like, yes, this is a box mesh. Say the box is 20 centimeters on all sides. Actually, Americans, if there are any American game devs in chat, so you're using inches and feet and whatnot to measure things. In your game engine, does it change this stuff to like inches and feet and yards and miles, rather than being meters and metric based? Based on the no responses, I'm going to assume that no one here that's from America is doing game dev at the moment with a game engine. I'm going to attach a script to this. This script, I'll put it under miscellaneous for now. I will call it I can call it interactable. No, interactable should be like doors and stuff. Doors and tables and stuff you can like flip over for shielding and whatnot. Maybe I have like ammunition. Actually, here's a question. Do we want them to be able to run out of ammo? I think for simple weapons like a rock bag or a handgun or something, they can have infinite ammo. But like the stronger weapons and stuff, like if they get a rocket launcher or grenades, they only have a certain amount of those to use. But if I go that path, I may as well just make everything a limited amount, because that'll make it easier to code. These are the thoughts that run through my head at night when I'm trying to sleep. Let's see. Rock bag. Yeah, it's going to be a bag of rocks. So rock bag will be a bag of rocks. You can pick it up and it gives you a certain number of rocks, and you can equip the rocks, which will create that that rock object that we were doing yesterday, that was a rigid body that had a damage amount. That will be the projectile that you can then use if you pick up a rock bag. So the rock bag is the thing you can pick up off the ground. And then that'll lean into things like grenades, flashbangs, ammunition for weapons, things like that. It'll give you a certain quantity of those things, and then it's like, all right, does it need a weapon, like a specific weapon? So if you pick up like a box of shotgun shells, it'll be like, all right, you need this. Like, that's ammunition, but you need a weapon that uses that type of ammunition. That sort of thing. Because I don't want the player to... So I know there's games like Brotato and stuff where in between waves you can pick benefits. Oh, sorry there, hiccup. In between waves you can pick benefits and perks and things like that. I don't want to have that as stuff that happens in between waves. I want that to be just something's dropped by an enemy, and you can pick that up. So if you run out of ammo, you may not have any ammo for a while because you need to wait. You need to wait until an enemy drops some ammo. That kind of thing. Like, increasing your health will be something that's dropped by an enemy. Or healing yourself will be something that's dropped by an enemy. Armor will be something that's dropped by an enemy. Stuff like that. But I don't want to call this rock bag. I want to call it... I think calling it ammunition would be good. So have an ammunition script which says, you know, how much ammunition it's giving you, what ammunition type it is, all that kind of stuff. And then that gets added to your inventory, basically. Which is then accessed by whatever weapon it is you're using. And I think rock will just be something that you don't have to equip. It'll just be like, all right, you picked up a rock. That is, like, you picked up a rock bag. That's just your default grenade. So when you press G or something, it'll throw a rock when you pick that rock bag up. But then if you pick up if you pick up grenades or something like that, you'll be able to change what is thrown when you press G. And then your weapons can be like 1, 2, and 3 or something like that. But again, I don't think I want this to be called ammunition either. So I think I want to have a generic script that can be used for anything that you can pick up. And then based on an enum value that it has set, determines what happens when you pick it up. Actually, it can have like a pickup function that you call when you press E or something to pick it up, which that item then goes, okay, they've picked it up, add this to the player or the enemy's inventory, something like that. Yeah, we gotta rename that to obtainable or I'm gonna go obtainable. I could just call it item. Be real generic about it. Yeah. Item. Real generic like. Put that in there. Obviously this square is not going to be permanent. This is just for me to get something created. So I'm just realizing that I'm probably going to need, because there's player projectile in. Yeah, so I've got this material override here, this Sobel material, and that uses this shader, the next pass shader, and that's what gives me this black outline of everything. Yeah, the one thing I want to do later is make it make the line thicker, because obviously when I'm here, you can't see the line there. So I want to tinker around with that a bit later on, but I think for now it's fine. That is also polish, in my opinion. So from here, what can we do? We've got the item script. I think I might need to change this to a rigid body 3D actually, so that when it spawns in, it like falls to the ground and stuff. same thing as a rock, but instead I just want it like that. And I'm thinking, where is it? I think I got rid of it. Let's do that. I'm thinking in here about changing one of these to just be projectile and have this as like item. So that way this can be item layer. The player can have an area that detects the item and trigger the pickup action. While in general, where is it? I think I had it as this. No. Currently, the player cannot be hit by anything. That was quite a bit of hot chocolate just then. Just get that off my mustache. Because I generally say coffee when I go to get a coffee. It's actually a mochaccino, because you know I don't want to have like 2 cups of coffee with two heaps of coffee in it every morning. Instead, I'll have 2 mochachinos with 1 scoop of coffee in each. That way it balances out to what everyone else normally has. So this here, I'll set it so that it masks projectile as well. Actually, no. No, I was setting it up so that rock is a projectile which interacts with these things. So rock will interact with the player when it hits it, or the enemy when it hits them, and it will call that thing's that player or enemy's applied damage function, like take damage function, and then free itself, like delete itself. I think all of that is good for our collision side of things. Now, in here, I don't need to worry about any of that stuff. I'm not making the same mistake again as I did yesterday. That is the correct collision size. It's not like I've got the mesh tiny and the collision huge, which is my issue from yesterday. Now this will need to have our class name item. I'll go on in num of We'll have item type. So we'll have ammunition, actually, ammo, weapon, armor, health, health, that's basically all I need. Oh, of course. I think it needs that. Yep, there we go. So we can go var type is item type. I'm going to export that. Export value can be an int, I think. So value, if it's ammo, will be the amount of ammunition. If it's a weapon, will be the weapon's damage. If it's armor, will be the amount of armor. If it's health, will be the amount of health. And if we go health increase as the last one there, just to like increase your max health. Game's not going to be that complicated. We're not going to worry about increasing stamina or anything like that. The player will have stamina, so they can only sprint for so long until they have to like stop and wait for stamina to recover. But we're not going to have stamina recovering items and stuff like that. Because I don't remember the last time anyone drank a Red Bull and then was able to run even though they were already exhausted. At the same time though, I don't know anyone that just gets more health because they pick up a syringe. Like, if anything, it's the opposite. My logic is flawed, but it doesn't matter. So we've got those. We'll go var, no, func. Collect item. Let's be a node 3D. So that'll tell us what enemy, or if it was the player that picked it up, because there'll be, you know, if body is player, otherwise if, but actually I can just go if body is player or body is enemy. I can just have the same function on both of them. Actually, why am I even bothering with that? I'm not going to have a immovable object picking up items. Like, logic there that doesn't need to be there. Now, aside from that, what's this component about? Yep. That's really all this needs. On the player, I need to have an area in front of the player. So if the player is looking at an item, it goes, hey, you can pick that up. It's not going to be a raycast or anything like that. It's going to be something under the camera. I also need one. I also need one for this. But in orthogonal, it can just be if the mouse is over the item. Like mouse position raycast to the item sort of thing. So the perspective camera. Oh, that's the perspective lookout, my bad. Why do I have a perspective lookout? Where is that ever used? Sorry, I'm sidetracking myself. But seriously, when do I ever use it? I don't use it anywhere. Go away. Jeez. A waste of space, that node. So from the camera, we're going to add an area 3D, which is going to be interaction area. Give this a collision shape. And I think the collision shape can just be very simple. I need to rotate it as well so that it's rotated on the X, like so. Translated on the Z, like, oops, negative Z. Okay. So anything within that section that the player is looking at, interaction thing pops up. If it's an interactable object. Probably don't want it to be that far away though. Let's shorten that down to a meter. But now if it's something on the ground, wonder. So that's not going to reach stuff on the ground, obviously. Wonder if there's a way to have something that's a certain way out on the Y at all times. So like even if the camera is rotated down here, it's still this far out on the Y sort of thing. I guess that'd probably be more of a spring arm type thing. But that would require something there for the spring arm to bounce back off of. I might have to just make this 1.5 meters. I have a feeling that's still not going to reach everything. It's starting to get to the point where I don't really want it to be too much more. 1.6. Make that 8. That should do it. 1.6 meters. Reset to 0. So they'll be able to pick up things a fair bit out from them, but I think that'll be fine. That'll be good. Interact with doors over here. Whatever. Doesn't need to be exact. Alright, so you can now let's go to world. Let's drop this rock bag in here. Drop it over there. I'm also not going to have items that are laying on the ground adjust, like pull onto the axis that you transform into. It'll just be if you transform onto an axis that item is not on, you cannot pick up that item until you go back into a perspective that has that item. Now, from there, let's see. Yep, this will be an ammo type. Its value we 10 for now, so you can get 10 rocks from this one. Set up some code in the player. No, not a camera 3D. An area 3D. Under here, interaction area, body entered, connect. I need to create a display pickup. That'll have to have a body 3, like a body node 3D. Now with this, I'll have to obviously where are we? Actually, I wonder if I do it in process. Because I don't have anything set up for process yet. And I just go something like process delta float. Let's see. Interaction area, get overlapping bodies. So I do that, and then that way when there's an overlapping body, the first overlapping body I have I display that as the option, as the thing you can pick up. Otherwise, like when something exits, then we'll still have another thing that can be picked up. So if you've got two things you're looking at, one of them will be displayed, whichever's first in the overlapping bodies. Get overlapping bodies is an array of node 3D. Okay. With that, we can go. So we know there's overlapping bodies. So I'll just get the first one. Go, you're a node 3D. I should probably set up a HUD for the player. I'll create that as a new scene, and then that'll be one of the options is you can, if you choose to, like if you turn off the HUD, it'll disable health and ammo and all that kind of stuff, unless, like, but it'll still display like the pickup stuff. Maybe. HUD. Here we go. So we're going to add a label in the middle, which does not have any text at all. Its size can be, I don't know, 325. There we go. Well, that's a 1920. So 1920 divided by 2, subtract 150. There you go. Center it. And then 1080 divided by 2 minus 12.5. There you go. Perfectly center. Mouse ignore, that's correct. Which ones? This one. I'm talking about these ones. The thing is, there's no text in this. So this will reset to like 1 pixel. So if I go like that, like if I change it like this sort of thing. Well, I mean, now it's working. Like before when I changed it from this. Huh, it's keeping that now. I wonder if it's because I went full... Yeah, okay. It's because I went full rect. Well, now it's lost them. Okay, yeah. So it's because I changed to full rect that it went, oh, okay, so I'm going to change the size here to be the full thing. And then when I changed it back, it was like, cool, now you just won again. Yeah, that makes sense. But I think if I reselect center here, it doesn't change anything. So it's only these ones that change stuff. The more you know. The more you know. What's next? So I've got that centered there. I probably want that to have a type variation. I'll go header small, just because I don't want the text to be too large. This can be interaction label. I can... Well, actually, I'll... Because player will instantiate the interaction label. Go for it. All questions are odd. It was in the 90s and the early 2000s, but no, not anymore. I don't know anyone that watches it anymore. It got to that, it did the same thing as like Days of Our Lives did and such, where it just got to a point where everyone was like, all right, you have literally done everything. No one's interested anymore. But now that other countries are watching it, they don't have like the past 40 years of everything happening. Like everyone in that show has had a family member killed, has gone through a divorce, has gone through a child abduction in some way, has gone through some sort of emotionally unstable relationship in their teenage years. Like, they are all the exact same character. The only difference is some of them have more money than others. Yeah, Toady. Well, that's the thing, like, he has literally had a career his entire life. I'm sure if he did smart things with his money, he could very easily just retire now. He's probably in his late 40s, early 50s. He could just retire and do whatever he wants. I'm gonna leave this show, but I just don't want to be on camera anymore. I'm going to leave, and I'm just gonna tell the other people on camera how to do stuff. Even the people that have been acting in this show since when I was like 2 years old. Yeah. uh, I think his character went through an arc where they got married, but as they were driving to their honeymoon, he crashed the car and he survived, but his partner passed on. Like that was his emotional damage sort of thing. It's like, I don't care, just tell them something happened to me. Need to preload the HUD script. So, that's going to be a control. Going to preload. Preload that. Now we can go HUD control equal. Actually, that needs to be a packed scene. I think you need to be a packed scene. I'm hoping soon that the well, actually, so the Discord. So Nightbot's fixed itself for Discord. So of course I don't have the window open anymore. Let's check this out. But I don't have any custom commands, that's fine. I just got rid of the alias there, which is what caused Nightbot to error before. I got rid of the alias there, so it's, yeah, cool. Oh, why did I close that? We might see the music notification one soon, which would be good. Because I want to give shout outs to the Heartbound OST in game, which I should probably play Heartbound on stream at some point. So many games in the world, so little time streaming, he says while streaming for half the day. If only there was more time that I could stream, I could fit all the games. HUD scene. Not resolved member player. What? Why are you now breaking? Alright, moving on from that. That's going to be a editor IntelliSense issue, I think. I'll need a settings global as well. Oops. And then this can just be that can be an array of int. So that'll be like the X and Y values. Static var display HUD will be a boolean. That will default to true. And then this way I can go add child HUD and HUD visible tools settings display HUD. There we go. So now people will be able to toggle in the settings the HUD on and off. So that will, if they toggle off the HUD, then the like visual representations of where they're being hit from will also disappear. Like they'll just kind of get a regular red flash or something like that. Maybe I won't even have anything. I'll just have their health slightly go down, like go down with each hit. It'll be like if you don't realize you're being hit, it's probably your problem. Because I never liked games that were like, oh, you're being hit. They're in this direction. It's like, no, don't tell me what direction they're in. That makes it easy. In here, I want to go HUD. Well, actually, if find child HUD, don't do it recursively. What does owned mean in this case? GD script find child. Nope. Find child. Finds the first descendant of this node who matches that, so if owned is true, only descendants with a valid owner node are checked. The owner of this node. The owner must be an ancestor of this node. Alright, well I guess I'll leave that as true. So if we have a HUD, then I can go Find child returns the node, doesn't it? And probably actually just move this up. Go if HUD is not null. Actually, you know, what am I doing? This is so stupid. Keep making things difficult on myself for no reason whatsoever. No reason. I must be dying for the challenge. So if HUD visible and interaction area has overlapping bodies, we get the first overlapping body that we find, and we go HUD interaction label text equals want them to be able to interact with the door as well, though, don't I? Which isn't necessarily an item, it's just an interactable. So what I'll do... go display name. So player interaction area. We'll go rock bag. Display name. Bag of rocks. So we know that this is going to have a display name of, like, this is going to have a display name value, because everything that's going to be interactable with this interaction area, which I should probably change those to be, I don't need it to have a layer. I just need it to have item, for example. So it'll be an item or something like that, like an item, or I'll have like another layer of interactable. Body display name. Or actually, we'll have to set up a control map at some point. So that people can like change their controls around and such. And then we also go interactable as a node 3D. There we are. If the HUD's not visible, or interaction area has overlapping bodies is false. And interactable is not null. Interactable is null. So that way that only runs once, it doesn't run every single time process runs. So it'll do that check. I don't know if that check is more performant than just having an else, but it probably isn't. But whatever. I just don't want it to keep assigning null over and over and over and over and over and over and over. That would be a nightmare. If the event is action pressed, interact, and interactable is not null, then we're going to have the logic in there to handle that. Move that up to world ready. Makes more sense to be up there. I do like that I'm halfway to 50 followers. That is, that's a plus. That's progress. So in here, we'll go interactable, collect item, and I'm going to pass self in. And then this can take care of inventory stuff. Actually, I should probably set up like an inventory script that can be instantiated for players and enemies and such. Or maybe let's go ammo as an array of item. Weapons as an array of weapon. Actually, because when I pick them up, I want to basically set another class against it. What would that be though? So I'd have an ammo class, which would dictate a weapon type. Well, like it would specify the caliber of the ammunition. Like if it was a grenade or something like that. So it'd specify the ammunition type. And then weapons would have an ammunition type. And so and you would have like a weapon type as well, as in like, you know, a gun or a grenade. Like, what would it be? There's a throwable. I guess it'd just be like throwable and non-throwable weapons. Throwable weapons would be your grenades, your rocks, and such. Non-throwable would just be, they can all be weapons, and I'll just have like a boolean on them saying if they're throwable or not. So for now, I'll create this under here. I'll go script weapon. Class name can be a weapon. We'll have a num of weapon type, which can be non-throwable and throwable. Then we'll go need to create another script as well for ammunition. And this has a class name of ammunition with a num of ammo type, which can be what? Thrown, rocket, .9mm. I don't know. Americans, help me out with calibers. 12 gauge. .45. 38. Is there anything else that's needed? You know what? Let's do this. $556 ACP. $556 ACP. Magnum. You know what? I'm not going to bother with a Magnum. I'm not going to have every single ammo type out there. This doesn't have a lot. Just the common types. There's a 322, I think. You know what? I'm thinking I make this simple. I just go thrown, rocket, pistol, sub, and machine. So all machine guns use the same type of ammo. All submachine guns use the same type of ammo. All pistols use the same type of ammo. I'm not gonna go into detail. This isn't gonna be an gun accurate game. Thrown for grenades and rocks and such. Rockets for a rocket launcher or a grenade launcher even. Actually, a grenade launcher should probably... I'm not going to have a grenade launcher. No, that's too much. Thrown, rocket for rocket launchers. Shotgun. That's the other one. Shotgun. Every shotgun you pick up is going to use the same type of ammunition, whether it's a sawn-off shotgun, a pump action, or whatever. They're all using the same type of ammunition. I don't care. No, it's even if it's a different, like a shotgun that doesn't take a 12 gauge, it's still gonna use the same ammunition as whatever other shotguns I've got. I don't know if there's a shotgun that doesn't use a 12 gauge. I know it's most popular, but does every shotgun facilitate 12 gauge? Like if I go non-12 gauge shotgun. Well, there you go. There's 20 gauge shotguns. But do those 20 gauge support the 12 gauge? I wouldn't imagine they would. Yeah, cool. So in my game, doesn't matter what size the barrel is, or the chamber, or whatever. It doesn't matter what the size is. It's using the same ammunition as the other shotguns. I'm not even going to say shell or slug. I'm just going to say when it pops up, it'll just be shotgun or shotgun ammo, something like that. If people want a game where you shoot and it has accurate ammunition styles, they can go play Battlefield or Call of Duty. Yeah, so like a rifle, single shot kind of thing, whereas machine gun would be automatic. Shall go. Why? What if I have a submachine gun? Yeah, but like I want the ammo used by like an Uzi or an MP5 or something like that to be different to the ammo used by like an AK-47 or an M16 or. I'm basically going by weapon type for the ammunition. So rifle can cover rifles and snipers. It's just I'm not even gonna have snipers. I'm not bothering with a zoom in or anything like that. You're not looking through a scope in my game. If someone's far away and they're shooting at you, you better get closer to them so you can hit them. No, doesn't matter what the size is. Pistol ammo is pistol ammo. um, don't care. As I said, this isn't a gun accurate game. Yeah. May do your head in, but it doesn't do my head in. Like, I need to create some emotes at some point. You can enjoy them in my game as well. Just not realistically. You pick up a box of bullets. Yes, you can use those in a shotgun. Yes, you can use those in a pistol. Yes, you can use those in a rifle. Yes, you can use those in a rocket launcher. You shoot the bullet from a rocket launcher, and it's just a larger version of the bullet. And it explodes on impact. I mean, that's not a bad idea. I mean, that is an idea. But I want the weapon drops to be harder to get than ammunition. Nah, weapons aren't going to spawn in randomly. Weapons and ammo and like anything you pick up will be dropped by enemies you kill. Except at the start, you'll start off with like a rock, like a bunch of rocks that you can pick up, and some pistol ammo. So you'll start off with pistol ammo. There'll be rocks, bags of rocks that you can pick up, and you can like throw the rocks at them. So like, to take out the first couple of people. So if you run out of bullets and you don't get any ammo or weapons dropped, you got rocks that you can throw. Honestly, rock is just the rock is just a test item for like grenades and such until I have a grenade thing. I could probably just change this to like box of grenades. I'll do that. We don't need rocks. Yeah, that would be just humans. Their color will be different based on how difficult they are. So some of them will be yellow, some of them will be orange, some of them will be red. Some of them will just be completely black. Those ones will have like stronger weapons. They'll be like, I'm thinking like every five levels. I'll just, yeah, it's all ranged. I'm not gonna bother with like walking up to people and like shivving. Like, not gonna happen. No. I'll do it that way. But if I do it that way, I need to do that. Because that's stabbing. There's a difference between stabbing and shivving. You're so into guns, Sat, that you forgot everything about melee. Um, I regularly leave home without any kind of weapon. In fact, I think every time I leave home, it's without a weapon. See, I'm trying to think of a situation where you're going to come across cardboard that you need to break down, and you're not at home where your knives are, or you're not somewhere else where someone already has instruments to be able to do that. Bars have knives. How do you think they're cutting up the lemons and the limes and I'm sure bars have box cutters to open the boxes that all the alcohol comes in. Not even fancy ones. They're just getting a lot of stuff delivered that needs to be cut open. Tell them that a box cutter costs like $5 and to go get one. I think you just want a reason to leave home without it. Like that's all this is. You just want to justify having your knife on you at all times. So we've got the quantity, we've got the base damage. The base damage will obviously change based on the weapon. Well, the base damage will stay the same, but the damage will be multiplied based on the weapon you're firing from. So like each weapon will have like a different damage multiplier. Some will be less powerful than others, all that kind of stuff. You mean a Swiss Army knife? Is there anything else I need against ammunition? I've got, well, actually, duh. I should probably do that. Type, quantity, base damage. And then on player. Player we can go ammo with an array of ammunition. We can have weapons as an array of weapon. You're only able to hold 3 weapons though. You gotta switch your weapon out when you get to that point. Well, actually, we'll have throwables. Let's just call these grenades. Why not? Just enjoying the music for a moment. I'm actually thinking this weekend for part of my stream, I might start working on the Runicorn, start drawing that out and whatnot. So like I might spend a couple of hours on stream doing that. See what it's like. Just so that I can start using the Runicorn as my follow and raid thing. And also, if you have ideas of stuff I can like put under here when someone follows or something, I was thinking about having like having when someone raids, having like a fire or a puff of smoke or something. When someone follows, have like, I don't know, have like some people come up that start cheering, and then like go down. There we go. So what I'll need is held grenade will be a weapon. What do I need to do here now? I've got a damage multiplier. I should probably also have a display name for this. So every bullet that's fired will be of a projectile type. Every grenade that's thrown will be of a projectile as well. So that way, every time a collision happens, like whenever they hit something, that's when stuff happens. I might need to have like a export bar. Exploder or Kabuma. That way in here, I can be like, if it's a Kabuma, set a timer or something. Kaboom time can be a float. That can just default to nothing there. Now I'm gonna go grenades push, and I want to have a weapon. I want to give it a constructor too. So no, I won't worry about a constructor. These are all scripts. They don't need to be scenes at this point in time. They would need... Maybe they do need to be scenes. Maybe I need to have a scene. I want them to load the scene in after they've been equipped. So I don't want them to be a scene themselves. What I'll do for now is I'll go weapon scene. Scripts. MISC. Weapon. We'll go weapon scene, which you actually need to do that. So instantiate that. There we go. Grenade. That's right. Ammunition type. Ammunition. Ammo type. Is that not correct? That's correct. I was complaining because of player. It's the wrong way to do this, I know it. What I want is... So this grenade box has that on it. I'm gonna rename this to grenade. Okay, that's starting to... You've got a script on you of projectile. Um, maybe I take all of these, put them onto projectile. Then we go projectile type. With this setup, what we need to do projectile type. So that has everything we need. I'll set this as an export as well. For you base damage. Now quantity will be a part of you. Which I have an item, that's fine. So this grenade can just be grenade. With base damage of 10. Actually, 25. 50. I'm only going to have grenade. I'm not going to have different types of grenades. So that's going to be rigid body 3D of grenade. You need to be a packed That's right. Grenades needs to be rigid body 3D. Just singular. Because in ready, we will go grenades. Actually, we'll go var grenade as grenade scene instantiate. It's not showing me how to access script variables for a scene that I've instanced. It would have to be a projectile. Yeah, go that. Projectile. We go quantity as 5. So, okay, so grenades are now set up. We'd have an array of weapons. That could just be an empty array for now. We will have at some point. I'm not gonna have that. I don't have that yet. So that means grenade box in the world has a value of 10. When we walk up and we interact with the grenade box, we do collect item. We go, we need a function on player. No, we don't. Because we'll just go if type is ammo, actually projectile Item type is projectile. We can go... Need to differentiate between the two though. So I need like ammo and grenade. The item type is grenade. Then we go body grenades plus equals value. Because body will only be enemy or player. So that'll be fine. We got the grenades quantity is 75, and we add when we pick it up. You will be grenade. Now we go ammo, which is an array. Projectile. Okay. I believe I am back. My Streamlabs just completely crashed there, so... Hopefully my stream... Yeah, my stream stayed active. Yeah, so no one's gonna lose their... No one's gonna lose their stuff. I do need to actually... make sure that all of this stuff is... still connected. Make sure my chats and such are correct. Alright. Think I'm back. Did someone raid me? Because I see... Everything crashed. I have no idea what happened. That was certainly my bad. I don't know what the problem was, but there was a problem. So... I'm going to get my chats back up because I don't know if they're working correctly. Pop that out, close that one. Alright. Now I need to do the same for YouTube. Pop out. Alright, believe all my chats are good again now. There's twice in 5 days that Streamlabs has crashed on me. And I do not know why. There's never been any error. It's just kind of gone. I was glad I caught it that quickly, because otherwise that could have been really messy. So I've got the grenades, projectiles. So I'll need them to have a projectile type. I need items to have a projectile type if it's ammo. If. Oh, this is... I'm not sure the best way to set all this stuff up. I feel I'm doing it all very wrong. So let's go for set up weapon and ammo system. So what I need is like I've got weapons, non-throwable or throwable. That has an ammunition type. So item has an item type. And probably should have pre-made scene, a pre-made weapon scene, like that it's got packed. So that way I know if it's a weapon, and I also know what type of weapon, like the details of the weapon are stored in its packed scene. I wonder if it's possible item scene as a packed scene. It is. So if I do that, then on player, I probably don't need that. So I'll start the game with a box of grenades next to them that they need to pick up. Let's also go if grenades are not null, print grenades quantity. Under item, We don't do that. We go body grenades equals item seen instantiate body grenades quantity as value. That's the thing. I need something that holds the values. Something that holds the scene to instantiate. Because I only want to instantiate the scene when they've got it equipped. I don't want it to instantiate as soon as they pick it up. I guess I could instance it and then just load, like add and remove it from the scene tree. Forgot I had to do that again. Yeah, my Streamlabs crashed just before, so things weren't exactly looking right. So what I could do let's see, layer, I need to add an input for grenade, which can be G by default. We'll leave it like that for now. If event is action pressed grenade, and grenades, oops, quantity is greater than 0, then what I want is the right hand add child I'll change this to singular. Let's see what crashes. Invalid index visible, null instance. Oh. It's lowercase. That should be good. Okay, mouse not rotating things. Why? View state, menu opened. Menu opened is false. World, input mouse mode captured. Why is that no longer working? Refresh, because Streamlabs crashed on me. I just realized I said that, but It's a little bit frustrating, isn't it? That no one can hear me.